Melanin said the busy builder is now live, streaming miniatures.
I'll walk the altar of your heaven, trace the bloodline of your throne. Every prayer you sold for power, every soul you claimed as your own. Watch me rise from the wreckage. Iron fist through holy bone. I ripped the wings from the ascended, drag the halos through the dirt. Crown of thorns meets crown of steel, let them choke on what they're worth. Gods bleed just like mortals when you sever what they
Hello. We're going to start with our oil washes. Now, my set is rather ratty. It's over 10 years old. It's actually about 20 years old. But I paid $12 for it. The only one I really replaced was the black. And I got some other paint, some other sets in here. So for $12 plus another 12 for the thinner, so $24, you can have enough oils to mix together damn near every combination. So we're going to start with our typical black and burnt umber. Whichever one is burnt umber. Helps with having them the right way around, right? That's raw umber. Burnt sienna. We'll need the white in a little bit. And yellow ochre. Here's my burnt umber. It doesn't have a label on it. But yeah. The colors we'll need right now are black and burnt umber. When we go to start doing the sand and earth effects to replace this kind of stuff, we'll need yellow ochre and white. Maybe some raw umber and some other colors if you want to mix it up a little bit. And no, I don't soak them on a cardboard pad. I have no bespoke cardboard pads. Well, I guess I do. But I'm all about bucking the trend. So here we are at Tuesday. Friday, I know I said I wasn't going to be streaming yesterday. Friday I probably won't be because my wife's off work and we were going to take the day and go thrifting. She wanted to yesterday, before the whole dental situation popped up. And hey, Steven. Aside from the whole dental situation, there was also, we get paid this week, so we just want a day with more disposable fundage. So Friday, probably no stream. I'll be out all day with the wife. So we're just mixing up a little bit of a wash to throw in, give us some false shadows, pop out some details in the green and brown areas. The burnt umber shows through in the black areas too, so it's kind of a medium. And you can either slather it on or be more pinpoint with it. It's all up to the effect that you want. It doesn't really matter. I've tried the Tamiya panel liner crap. I don't like the Tamiya panel liner. It settles too quickly in the bottle. Whatever they use as a solvent is oddly strong and odd smelling. This is odorless. Yeah, this is essentially odorless. I'm using odorless mineral spirits and artist oils. Pretty benign, too. It's more gentle on your overall finishes. But I've got all the stuff I need for the base out and ready, so once we're done doing oil washes and we get onto the dull coat on this to let that dry, we can work on assembling the forms for the base. And we'll probably get to laying out some of the celluclay for the initial ground layer. And you can see, okay, come on. There we go. I don't really trust the Tamiya panel liner. Something about the smell of the carrier they use for it just triggered a memory that I've got. I can't, it's very indistinct, but something about the chemical, I remember having a strong reaction to it. Plus, how much is the panel liner per bottle? They blend easier. And they have time to work with them. Like, I could have something come up, put this model down, come back tomorrow, and remove the excess, you know? It won't, they don't dry hard and fast overnight like some others do. I've actually come back after a month on some projects and been fine with it. And really all we're doing with this is picking out the details, giving them kind of a false shadow, just to give them a bit more delineation. And they pop a little more. That's all we're doing. We're giving it pop. I really had to resist the urge to print out more parts for this, just because I want to keep it more in with the idea that I'm trying to put out here, that you don't need aftermarket accessories in terms of resin and printed and all that to make a model look good. As you saw, all the stowage I'm adding is literally from Tamiya sets that were available around the same time. You can still see the mud effect showing through. That'll get a lot better once we start really applying it, I think. That was just the sample. And I think that's the other thing with a lot of the more modern stuff, like the texture pastes and everything. Once they're on, they're permanent. There's no leeway and work time in them compared to the stuff I'm using now. And maybe that's the key behind what I'm doing and how I'm doing it, and why I'm not totally satisfied with those when I've tried using them, is the permanence. They don't allow you to work in thinner layers, and once they're on, you're locked in. You know, you can't just say, "Oh, wait, let me take some of that off." And a lot of what I'm doing has workability and changeability. Yeah, I really prefer using oil washes myself. The other thing about the Tamiya stuff, the vapors, even in an open room with a fan going, I was getting a headache from it. I don't know what chemical they use, but their panel liners got some strong shit in them. And I'm seeing that paint pens are exploding onto the scene again. And it's like, you know that the market tried those about 30 years ago. And they failed for the same reason that the current ones are going to fail. They're not versatile. They're not like a brush. After a while, you just wind up going back to a brush. I threw mine out. I threw the panel liner out. I used it a couple times, then I was like, yeah, nah, and threw it out. I haven't been that disappointed in a product since I bought those AK acrylics that didn't thin with water.
As a model student 20 said, I like the paint pens. For some stuff for me they work okay, but they are limited in their scope, but for buttons and handles they're okay.
Even then, once that tip begins to wear out and fray, also the pens themselves have a limited shelf life. That's the reason why back in the day the companies that tried it, you know, when they were brand new, if you could get them fresh from the factory, great. But if you were finding ones that had sat on the shelves for a couple of years, they'd begun to dry out and congeal, and you got to use them and use them all up quick, or else you're really going to be hurting when you want to go to use it later, and it's all dried up. Same thing happens with the Molotov Chrome. They're the same kind of pen design, you know. There's only so many ways to do that kind of dispensing paint marker. Eventually the internals fail and they crap out on you. It almost feels like they're trying to industrialize the hobby that is really centered around artistry. That's never good.
As a model student 20 said, I'll let y'all know if I end up tossing them. I hope not, that you'll see only time will tell. Grinning face with sweat emoji.
I'm just speaking from my own experience. Yours may vary. It's just odd that suddenly they're being pushed so hard. Kind of like when pigments came out. I got tired of seeing that fucking word. Because suddenly everybody was using them. And then now suddenly they're not as used as often. I wonder why. Love the name of this one. Come on. Autofocus. Really? Nah. Autofocus said, fuck you. And you can see how it looks a little chalky where it's starting to dry up. When you put the dull coat on, it'll bring it back down to where it's supposed to be. So like right around here, you see how you can kind of see it looks dirty? That's good, but I want it to be darker dirty, not brighter dirty right now. Brighter dirty comes next. Oh, and it turns out I was right when I put these on like this. The instructions are wrong. Remember when I said, oh, they're backwards? These are the dogs for locking the hatches open. So as you open the hatch, you would push that and it would go into the... It would hold the hatch down. Well, in the open position. So I was right. The instructions were wrong. I found that out by looking at a reference of the real thing.
At the model student 20 said, cool, I wondered what those were for.
So who else is in here besides you and Steven? Trying to flood the radiator grills here.
At the model student 20 said, got fuselage and wings glued together before I turned into a pumpkin this morning.
Yeah, I went to bed. Oh,
Face with sweat on my leg.
I went to bed kinda early last night. I guess you could say it was almost regular time. Mainly because the past few days before my days off really started, and even yesterday, whenever I've got an alarm clock on, I'm always waking up every 30 to 40 minutes thinking I'm late. And I just wanted to sleep through last night.
1629 said, clear building.
Hey, George. And last night I just wanted to sleep. No alarm, no nothing. And it was okay. I was still waking up periodically. But not because I thought I was late or something like that.
At the model student 20 said, that sucks waking up like that.
It happens any day I've got to wake up to an alarm clock.
Hi, George.
And it sucks. We're going to let that set aside for a moment. We're going to mix these a little heavier on the umber side.
At the model student 20 said, it's Steve. Long.
Yeah, Steve just comes in, says hi, and lurks.
At the model student 20 said, I have an eternal one.
That's going to be the hardest thing if I'm ever able to fully retire, is maintaining a good schedule.
Said the eternal cough rolling on the floor laughing emoji.
But we are here. That's all that matters. Thanks everybody who's been tuning in the past few days. But the cool thing is I'll be able to do all this up until next Sunday, because I don't have to be back at work until the Monday after. So... good 8 days off.
At the model student 20 said I was up till 8:30 slept till 1:30 just for the stream. Good
Ew.
face with emoji, thumbs
I
up
can't...
emoji.
I can't do the up all night thing anymore. I'm just not physically able. Alright. Get our cotton buds out here.
At the model student 20 said nice to be off for a bit.
Yeah, and that's what I just really wanted from it, is just downtime. Okay. So we're trying to remove the excess and just leave the shadow around the parts and in the details. If we can. It also adds an initial layer of some subtle streaking. You can kind of see how it left just a ring of black around all the details and pieces. And we're still not done detail painting. Once I flat coat it, I want to get the straps on the jerry cans and stuff. You don't have to do it all at the same time.
At the model student 20 said it seems quieter at night. I don't get any interruptions. Seems to be working okay. I get 6 to 7 hours per day, which is normal for me. At the model student 20 said I love the watch stage.
See, I've done that before when I hadn't worked, and honestly, I don't like it. Especially when it starts to put you at odds with those around you. And you begin to feel like you're missing out on something. Just because your schedule's all out of whack with the rest of the world. Yeah, it seems quieter and like you can get more done. But with me at least, the depression started creeping in, you know? Do I like waking up early in the morning? No. But when I'm on a night shift like that, it screws me up more than, you know, getting up early. Also, for a better idea of how a wash can affect the overall tone of your model, if you go into my reels and look at the M60 reels, or the shorts,
The model student 20 said no one around had a Fina dog and she doesn't care my son is usually out long.
yeah. But if you look at the M60 when it was freshly painted, and then after the rounds of washes and weathering, you can immediately see how it muted down to more of the actual color, where the first part it was brighter. The anti-skid texture I put on is actually taking apart the Q-tips. So just imagine what it would do to your skin.
As a model student 20 said I ran nightclubs, worked nights and played gigs until late for long periods of my life. I am conditioned to weird rhythms LMAO.
Well, I used to think that too, because, you know, the military always has you, oh, you're on day shift. Oh, now you're on night shift. Oh, now you're on mid, so you'll be working 12 midnight to 8 a.m. And honestly, those mids and the swing shifts just fucked with me. No matter how they tried to make it better or easier or whatever, I always disliked.
Said I noticed the oil wash I made for cockpit really enhanced the color quite a bit. Something to account for.
Yep. But just
As a model student
the schedule it put me on personally, I didn't like. It really fucks with you. Some people are made for it, others aren't. I'm apparently not. So I'm trying to dust off all the strings from the Q-tips. Yeah, the wash can be used to enhance the color as well. Especially if you use, like, if you know your primary color is greenish that you're going to be using, and you use a green wash over it, you just have to be careful. Like, this acrylic wash says for green vehicles. This would make it too saturated. That would make it overly green. So if I used it on this, it'll be fucked. I'd have to come back to it and kind of repaint areas. That's the only real problem with the cotton buds, is they tend to shred. Meep. But even that's okay if they do. Just trying to get into all the corners. Mm-hmm. And the more you do it, that you'll learn the other little tricks and tips for it. Just the other problem is if you're using a brush, and this is especially true on aircraft, the brush can be too wet and actually go along the panel line and clean it out, which you don't want that. And you notice I'm trying to move it in the direction that water would flow, right? If it was rained on. This is an amphibious vehicle too, so either way. And that way, if there is a streak, it's streaking in a natural direction. Which is really difficult on these front panels, because not only do they slope forward, they slope this way as well. You're welcome. I'm not worried about down here, that's going to get its own thing. So I'm just going to roll the Q-tip across here and get the excess up. Most of the wash is already settled down into the grating that's underneath. Yeah, a lot of it will be mud. Mud and dirt. I could have done a bit better on the decals, but that's okay. Let that dry for a second, then we'll shoot that with some dull coat. While the dull coat settles, that's when we'll do... yes. As long as it's a lacquer base, it can be thinned. What are you painting? Just be sure it's the right kind of lacquer and lacquer thinner. Are you using a hot lacquer or a cold lacquer? Tamiya's are cold. What is your base paint? This is important too. What is your base paint? Because usually if I've used an acrylic or an enamel as a base coat, I do not use a lacquer. Lacquers are too hot, they'll get under and they'll lift the paint and you'll have peeling. If your base coat is acrylic, you're fine to use enamels to a degree, especially for washes, but it's best to use an acrylic clear coat.
09G Davos said Vallejo Q primer awarded weekend.
Nope. If you do, are you doing a sealing coat or are you doing just a gloss for decals?
Davos said JK, it's Mr. Color Paint.
Mr. Color is the base. Still be careful because the thinner can reactivate the lacquer on the bottom. That's one of the issues with lacquers, is they can be easily lifted and reactivated. So when you go to apply your base, especially, or when you go to apply your coat, especially if it's thinned, mist it first. Do a few light passes to build it, and then go from there. Don't flood it, you can cause issues. I'd just use an acrylic clear, shoot it, just decal it, flat coat. I have received messages. Alright. So yeah, let's throw the dull coat on this so that can get curing, and then we'll start bulking out the base. Where did I put? There's the dull coat. Yeah, my clears, I use this for my flat, this for some of the clear coats I need, depending on how shiny I need it to be. This airbrush is just fine. It's a replacement for future. But yeah, whenever it comes to acrylic or enamel base, I generally shy away from using lacquer or anything. Mainly because you don't know if the paint or the thinner is too hot, and that could rip your paint apart. The issue I have with using the clear UV resin for lenses, and you see it a lot on other videos, gauge faces are never convex. And when people put the drop in, it's always domed when they cure it. I have never come across a gauge face that was domed outward. They're usually flat. But that's more due to the viscosity of the resin and you're trying to get it to sit in the gauge face. It's kind of like putting a fresh drop of paint on, but the resin, unlike the paint, so like say you put a fresh drop of clear paint on the gauge face and it looks convex like that as well. As the paint dries, the carriers and the binders evaporate and settle. The resin doesn't do that.
You can get it flat if you're very careful.
I'll stick to my way. That, and I play around with UV curing resin enough. I don't need to expose myself more to it. The printer goes brr. The fuck is going on there? I might need to go buy new clear coat. A clear flat. This is doing some weirdness. This happened on the Abrams too. It's almost like it's not mixing right, even though I've shaken it pretty damn well. That's okay though, if we're going with the wet look on this, it may actually help.
At the model suite of 20 said I used to use sloss for lenses, but I'm enamored with the resin for now. Lol.
Well, everybody has a look they want.
At the model suite of 20 said dog walk back in 20 for wet look lol.
Oh, wet look's gonna be a while off still. I'm gonna get the stowage on it and everything else. This is gonna sit for a minute while we do the base bulk out. And I might be able to hide some of whatever the hell's going on with the sand and mud and other effects.
At the model suite of 20 said I need to learn most things the slow and hard way. At the model suite of 20 said like she said.
It could be that I'm just not letting the wash dry well enough before I flat coat, so it's causing silvering or space underneath it. I don't know.
Suite of 20 said pull back on your dick. Smiling face with sunglasses emoji.
Try something here. Hope I didn't just screw that up, but I just flooded the fuck out of it just to see. And depending on how far we get on this, because we might finish this sooner than I thought, we could start painting Nihilister. I'll take a break before we start the next one. Maybe move these lives into a playlist for Back to Basics Armor, and then do Back to Basics Aircraft. If I do a ship one, we have 3 choices. We have a 1/400 scale Enterprise in our initial Vietnam cruise with the F-14s, a 1/72nd scale PT-109, the old ancient Revell kit, not the newer one, or the 35th scale Schnellboot. Problem with the Schnellboot: I have no fucking place to put it. Unless I sell the Enterprises between now and then, I got no place to put it. That is reacting very strangely. Yeah, the decals in this kit are weird. They're curling. And that's with setting solution. I'm just blowing air over it now. Yeah, I'm gonna have to find a way to hide some of that. Alright. So let's start getting the base ready. So we're gonna copy the box art as much as we can. Here's the box art, alright? Kept a little snippet of it. So the gate's further away in the picture. But if I put this right about here, I can get a strip right here for the tree, and then probably enough room to kind of put the gate along this path. So we could put a post here, gate kind of in the middle with some barbed wire. At least that's the idea anyway. Then the celluclay we can use to make the ruts for the road, and to kind of blend everything together so it's just not the foam. I did try and get to the store yesterday. I went to $3 stores. No, $2 stores. Sorry. None of them in my area had the wall spackling. I'm just sanding this to add grip. We're just going to glue the foam down with some white PVA glue. This was a base for another figure, which I've transferred to a different base now. And it's standing better. It's actually right there. Doesn't have to be perfectly smooth, we're just roughing it up. We're just scuffing up the paint to allow things to stick to it better. So the dull coat dries pretty quick. We'll be able to move on to the oil sand weathering and the mud and all that stuff pretty soon. But I just want to get the initial forms going on this so that way they can dry. Just getting the dust off with a damp paper towel. And what we're going to use for the forming is just a block of styrofoam. So put that there. Where's my steak knife? And I found the best way to carve through this foam, believe it or not. Just a steak knife, an old knife. So we're looking at right about there. Yeah. Just make your first cut about like that. Gets through it pretty quick, pretty well. I know other people use the blue foam and the pink foam. I'm not going to put good money into something that's going to be covered. We're not using super glue or anything like that, so I don't need something that's super glue resistant. This stuff will work fine. Make sure our size and shape is pretty good overall. Looks like it is. And then, here's where it gets a little weird. We start trying to fillet it. Don't go all at once, because if you slip, you could hurt yourself. A lot of people also like using the other foams because it doesn't do this. So, I can understand it. But we're just doing basic stuff, easy stuff. Stuff that you can do with what you got laying around. Not every model project should be a trip to Home Depot. I might be cleaning this up for a few weeks though. And this is what I did on the M60 as well to make its groundwork. So that's there. I could probably go a little lower on it, which I might. Because you gotta think, it's gonna be sitting about that. So, I'm not even in camera with that. Yeah, let me just temp install the wheels just to get a good height idea. I'm not gonna put all of them on, just 4 of them. Yeah. Probably knock it down just a hair. And it's okay if you make it a little too low, because you're going to be coming back with the celluclay and adding probably a good 1/4 inch thick layer back on. Yeah, that'll go there. That pink foam and the blue foam are great to have. Not everybody has that budget, so I'm showing you how to do it with what you might get in the Amazon package for the model you ordered. Now, should I use the foam on the other side to build up the gully, or just use the celluclay there? That's a good question. Probably going to use a little bit of foam. Let the PVA do its thing. Probably best to let it rest overnight and dry. Which would be fine. We can do the celluclay in one shot tomorrow. Okay. Now this I'm going to have be a lot lower. So one, we're going to take out that. Two, we're probably going to go about that thick for a start. I'm going to save that for something else. I really wish Evil Sound would make more stuff like this. I like the sound in it. There we go. Just something to put under the celluclay. Because you're really not supposed to work that stuff very thick at all. This will help bulk it up and add a little bit of dimension to it. There we go. Put that in the middle there. So, and this is just for the bulk form. We can make the road narrower. It's going to have the ruts, a slightly raised center. There's going to be some other things going on. I'm not the best at dioramas or display bases. I think the one in the M60 worked out okay, but that was modeling by PFM. Pure fucking magic. I kind of just mess around until something works okay when it comes to stuff like this. Ah, fugger. After this, we're going to take a quick break. Since half that came off on the table, I'm going to have to add more. And when we come back, we're going to start doing mud work. And then once mud work's done, we're going to start doing more oil washes, just to show you how they work on a flat finish. I really should do more stowage work first. Get a lot more of that on. So yeah, we're going to take a quick break, and then we'll come back. So be right back.
One shot and it's done. Slide back, nobody run.
Alright, I'm back. Also, trying to decide which tree I want to use. I went and plucked some the other day as far as like branches. The one in the box art doesn't have a lot of branches on it, so we might go for this one. Well, that's good because I want to use some of these branches on the half-track project. Okay. Yeah, that looks good. And it's a decent enough match for what's on the box art. Cut these here. Yeah, there we go. Put some snow mix on top. Cut that one too. That will be our tree. And we also picked up something else. Grand scale base lard from Frame Arms. I don't think Metal Gear Rex is going to be here till next month. Let's see. Give me a sec. The shipping hasn't updated, but that happens on some orders. Sometimes it says arriving this time and then just suddenly arrives. Yeah. We'll see. And I got myself a little bit of cold caffeine. Alright. We'll set this aside to dry a bit more. Let's get our other colors out. Actually, no. Let's start the muddening. Now, I couldn't get the wall spackling I wanted. This stuff works well enough. It's just really dry. Allie, we're full up here. You can't jump up. Sorry, girl. Here, let me move my coat, and then you can get on the chair. How's that? And 0 fucks were given by the cat. Okay, we're not doing this, Allie. Come here. Come on. Good girl. Come on. There you go. Yeah, there's no room for you over here. So for the mud, what I'm going to do is I'm going to scrape out what I think I need for right now. Got that color back. This isn't completely dried out, but it's very foamy. It's still usable. It can be reconstituted. Brushes I took out of storage to do this. Brushes I can afford to really screw up. Okay. Some water. My pipette. Just something to make it a bit more spreadable. Allie, I really can't have you on the desk right now, girl. Sorry. I know. You want attention. You want my lovin's. I know, girl. Yeah, I know. Can you be good on the floor? You go play in your donut? I know. You're not happy. I'm not giving you attention. I know. Down you go. Alright. So, we're gonna go with the same color I started with yesterday. I like how it worked. We're going a bit thicker at first, and I want to go a bit lighter. Because my idea is, you mix it lighter, put that on first as your thinner coat, and that can simulate the stuff that's dried. Then you mix up a second set that's slightly darker, and that's your wet mud. And then you can go back and add clear gloss where you need it, if you want to go that route. So, I still think this stuff is more controllable and adjustable than the Vallejo or other products that are on there, on the market. So, and just start with a light stippling. And this is just using wall filler. Wall filler and paint. And the filler is essentially like an acrylic paste. It's an acrylic medium paste. Kind of like what you'd find in the art aisle for working with gessos and things like that. That's all we're doing. And you apply it much the same way you would apply the Vallejo paste. I just feel that it's more controllable, more affordable, and it allows you to mix up your own kind of finish. And if it dries out a little bit, all you need is a little water. It's been raining and snowing and all kinds of things here today. Okay, mix up a little more.
Euro mud mix.
But you see how the brush is kind of clogged up? You can't do this with the Vallejo stuff or any of the other texture pastes. I just washed it out with water. Notice that it's not swollen out, the ferrule isn't clogged, and this is a pretty shit brush too. This one I've had for quite a while. We're doing our initial pass, just kind of getting the mud up into where it would fling off the wheels first. And I really think this mix allows you to work a lot slower, which some of the materials they're kind of touting to people these days are all about, let's do it in a day. Let's do it in 20 minutes. Come on. No, slow down. You're not enjoying it if you don't slow down. Take a minute. Your model's your canvas, dude. If you need to go a few layers, go a few layers. Sometimes more layers is a good thing, especially in weathering. Saw a video recently, somebody was working on a some kind of Panzer IV variant, like a Jagdpanzer. And they mixed up a whole bunch of stuff using all these pigments and everything else. And they globbed it on. And then they came back with a brush like this and scrubbed half of it off. It's like, you wasted it. You know, you spent the money for the pigment and the binder and this and that, and you just put half of that into the garbage now.
At the model student pointing said unless you're rushing, rolling on the floor laughing emoji.
Dad joke tax. Anyway. And that's another thing I'm trying to do, is like show people there's ways to do it affordably. And by that, I don't mean that you're not spending money on the big name stuff, but that you're working within your own budget and means, too. See, I like how that's starting to look. That's a good base layer. No, I don't care about contaminating this paint because this is about all it's good for. It's mission models. It's better as a dye than it is as an actual paint. Come on, give me some on the brush. There we go. A little more filler mixed in. And you notice I'm not caring about mixing exact shades right now. Okay. Let's go back over, and we'll make this side match up now, since we did it lighter yesterday. Now, this side we're not going to have to put as much on, because we already did half of it yesterday. I'm just trying to make sure the amount matches up to what we just put on the other side. We shouldn't see too much of the bottom of this, but we're going to dirty it up a little bit. It's simple as hell. Just start building and enjoy. Mine was the Altair version. The space version came in black plastic. I've got an idea for what I want to do with the scene. Almost like it's part of the junkyard. But almost like the kid found it and reactivated it, so it's going to have like a tarp kind of half hanging off of it, and you know, things like that going on. Okay, let's mix up another light color batch. And then we're going to thin it out a lot. But that way I can have like old caution tape and stuff kind of hanging off of it like it's blowing in the wind. I don't know. I've got an idea, I just don't know exactly what I'm doing with it. Thingy flingy. Nope, it's 1/20th scale. So if you've got a 1/20th scale car, sure. I know Lindbergh did some years and years ago. But other parts that are, you know, not so scale dependent, yeah, you can just throw those on there. Like, there's different size cinder blocks, there's different size, like, pistons and tire rims. So yeah, you could use some car parts, but not too many. Like a small block Chevy would look too small next to it. We all like a small block Chevy. Yeah, you know how hard it is to find Tamiya 1/20th lately? At least the old school stuff that you could really use for the parts. And affordable. Yeah, I like how this spatters more than just the washes or the other stuff. And then you've got people that have gone and just... I don't know if he's shown up in your guys' feed, but there's one guy that is doing the rounds in
At the model
shorts or
student 20
reels,
said, yeah, the older kits are getting rare and pricey. That
and he's
rifle
got like 20 of each variant, right? And there was a short the other day that I saw that he's showing off his collection, all the Maschinen Krieger stuff. And like, he's got enough to open his own hobby shop, right? Typical collector looking guy. And I resisted the urge, but part of me just wanted to just comment, build them. Just build them. It's great that you've got them. Build them. It's starting again. People are starting to collect kits like they're gonna print money on them later. Nah. Build them. We've been through this before. Yeah, I like the way this spatters much more than using these things. And it's a lot less elastic than this. But this is how we would have done dirt and mud back in the day. This, I feel, has a lot more body to it. Even thinned out like this, it's reacting in scale like dirty, muddy water would. It's got that body to it. It leaves behind a deposit of dirt when it dries, which is exactly what you want it to do. I really should have painted the lights before I started this. We're kind of working out of order here, guys. I'll probably take a moment to paint in the lights and stuff after I do this pass. Then we can do more. There's not going to be a lot of mud splashing back here just because of how far forward the tire is.
I bought kits while I was still working. I have over 200 kits, but in my defense, they will keep me interested in building for years to come.
You see, they're like every kit I get, I plan on building, you know. I don't ever buy kits because ooh, it's the current one on the market and I'm going to buy 50 of them. Nah. Fuck no. Wife would kill me.
Model student 20 said still get something occasionally rolling on the floor laughing emoji.
But when you see the shorts that this individual does, you'll see this guy ain't buying them to build them. And honestly, I thought that phase of the hobby had died out a while back. No, it's coming back. And it's funny that he popped up because he primarily collects Maschinen Krieger, but he popped up on my feed after we talked about a certain other Maschinen Krieger builder yesterday, which I found was interesting. So the phones, they are listening.
The model student 20 said, I know who you mean.
No, it wasn't Mr. Wright. It was somebody else. I did say something on one of his videos because he's touting an Ed 209 kit that he had as being an original. It was a recast of the old Horizon kit.
At the model student 20 said, I saw his mods. State collection hilarious. At the model student 20 said, no, I know.
Wispy hair, glasses. And the guy, I get it, the guy's proud of his collection, you know? Everybody has the right to that. But what good is collecting model kits like that if you are not going to enjoy building them? The amount that they've got, I'd have trouble building that. I almost need to put this upside down. Like, yeah, I know I'm a prolific builder. People tell me that. And I would have trouble building that amount of kits if to a good standard. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. And he's giving certain value to kits that they honestly don't have, like the old Arai and MI Macross kits. There's a reason you can still find them dirt cheap these days. It's because they're not that great, and they've been superseded by newer, better kits. There is no value to them. They were bad when they came out, and they were considered bad when they come out, and they're still considered bad. They're rare because no one's really re-releasing them or caring to. There's no nostalgia value in them because nobody wants to build them. Between Hasegawa, Bandai, and Plamax, the entire catalog of Macross models has been replaced by newer models. Even down to the Zentradi power armor suits. And all in matching scales. So I'm just trying to add some color variety. So I'm spattering on the darker mix just to add some variety. I think it's building up alright. That's probably as much as I want to do, to be honest. Get this side. Okay. Yeah, and that's what it is really. It's like model kit speculation. Nope. Because if you notice, I've had to go back and add like washes of this stuff and this stuff over the other mud just to give it that kind of life, right? Because the other stuff is so uniformly mixed and colored that it feels dead to the eye. This actually looks like it has dry spots and wet spots, and I can show you a couple tricks using the oil washes to give it even more life. But just even the way it spatters, look how it spattered up onto the hull like that. Right? So while that's there, we're going to mix up a slightly lighter batch again. We're going to keep this pretty thin though. thin it out a little more.
120 said it will still absorb color until sealed, I would suppose.
It will, to a point. But you see how thin I've got this? This can actually act like a semi-acrylic wash, too. So if you want to get that wet, muddy look on the wheel, like it's just splashed around and caught on it, but like you saw yesterday, you can go back and adjust this and modify it after it's dried. So I put this on. Let's see what happens when it dries. And this is what I used to do in the days before all the pre-made mud mixes. Shouldn't have closed that paint up, though. I need it. We're not working on the tread of the tire just yet. But the people who also collect all the kits, they're the ones that in about a year or two's time, you're going to see, oh, my car broke down. I have to sell off my models to fix it. Yet they're still trying to sell them at collector value. It's like, no, dude, you're about to lose your house. If you were just trying to get rid of them to replace something or fix something, you'd be selling them quick. And that's what I find hilarious. And then they pop up again. I'm collecting again. Stop. Stop. A little bit thinner. So we can begin to see how this is drying. And it's getting that really nice, gritty, sandy mud on rubber look. But it's not overdone like it's just slapped mud. Just give me a second and I'll show you the difference between this way and using the mud paste and having to put the washes over it. So, give me 1 second. So this one's not totally done. But yeah, that's the other mud paste where I've had to go back and put washes over it to give it some life, right? That's also flicking the washes. I could only stipple the mud. It does not thin out well. But it doesn't... It works, but it doesn't look just right, you know? This actually looks like the dirt thinned out and splashed around. Ow. Because with the snow, anybody who's driven on any kind of frozen, hard-packed dirt road, especially in the winter, you know that it just coats everything in that really light, sandy, whitish, dusty, dirty film, you know? It's hard to explain why it's like that, even when the road you're driving down is dark brown. It's just the displacement and how fine the powder is. See, I might make this part of my routine again in terms of when I do things. I like how it feels, I like how it looks. It doesn't clog detail either. Let's get one that's almost dry. Yeah. There we go. Essentially, yeah, and that's what we're turning this into by thinning it out too much, is we're turning it into that silt. And that's why it's collecting like the silt would around the detail, like a wash would too. So let's go to another one that's almost dry. Okay, say I wanted this hub a little cleaner. Just take a damp brush. I've tried doing this with the mud mix on a painted surface, the Vallejo stuff. Can't do it. Blow on it a minute to dry it a bit. Same as up here. I swear this light just is not working for me right now. And compare that which feels more realistic? And you can even go back with the brush like this and streak it from the center like it's been rolling and slinging it. You can't do that with the pre-made mud mixes, not as easily. And I would hate to flood the plastic and the rubber with an enamel thinner, especially considering that this particular kit, the plastic for the suspension, was made of recycled plastic and very brittle, which does not like enamel thinners. Let's let that dry for a minute. Meanwhile, I'll finish up these other tires.
At the model student 20 said just need to find some spackle with no aluminum.
That's why I suggested using the dollar store stuff, if you can find it. Should be in a little white tub with a red top. Apparently the Gorilla stuff is decent too, but that's just pricey. I'm not seeing it. It's not glittering like the aluminum oxide was in the others.
At the model student 20 said enamel thinners in Bandai.
No, they do not. Especially 90s Bandai. I remember building the what were they called? The suits from Gasaraki. I was building those, and I gave them a wash, you know? Military stuff. You want to make it look beat up. The feet shattered in front of me. Like I was watching it stand there, and they just went and fell apart. Yeah, Bandai plastic does not like solvent-based thinners of any kind. Yeah, that looks like a tire that's just covered in winter crap. One more.
At the model student 20 said I used some enamel was on my sink and it crumbled the leg lift one. Had to CA glue what was remaining together on the floor laughing emoji.
And is it me, or was that ATST just not... It wasn't a fun build. I hate to say it. I built it once. I got it on sale at Hobby Lobby. I had less fun building that kit than modifying and detailing and fixing the old MPC kit. And there's nothing wrong with how it looks, the detail on it's great, but the experience of building it just it felt empty. I can't explain it any other way. The experience of building the Bandai ATST kit just felt boring. I can't be the only one who experienced that.
And the model student 20 said, great subject, just routine to build, kinda generic.
Yeah, there was nothing about it that made you go, oh, this is a little ingenious. You know? Kind of like the Fine Molds Falcon. I loved building that. Because that was like being able to build your own little studio scale model of the Falcon. The way you had to build the outside and then put all the little details on it. It gave you the experience of building the filming model. Where the Bandai one just feels like you're going through the motions of snapping together lumps of plastic that look like the Falcon. Okay. So we're going to mix up a darker mix for the tread surface. And this may get further modified once we get into putting it on the base too. We'll see how this dries compared to the outer faces. I want it to dry darker. And even like Yellow Park makes those kits of Prime and Shockwave, their PMKs, the Professional Model Kit series, as opposed to the AMKs ones. Yeah, they're 900 parts. But damn, they were fun.
And the model student 20 said, I have the PG Unleashed. I've peeked in the box a few times. It looks like it's going to be a completely new experience for me, definitely above and beyond the usual Bandai build.
Just, it still feels like a brick of plastic when it's done. Like even their little BB-8 kit. You could throw that at somebody and hurt them with it. I want to see how that dries. I'm kind of liking that. You can still see the tread. The darker face should be basically like this picture. Oh, come on, don't blow out on me like that. There we go. But I just like that I'm able to go back afterwards and see how some are more intense than others. Which you could have, but I can go back and balance them a little bit. And that all depends. Definitely has the right streaky look to it now. Yeah, we're going to see how that one dries. That'll dictate what we do on the rest of things.
At the model student 20 said guys have already built the PG new now that is getting obscene $1,500
Jesus.
in Canada with the legs that's WAAAY too much. For me at least.
How'd that go again, computer voice lady?
At the model student 20 said that is the best mud effect I think.
And it's one of the oldest. That's the thing. I can't... I'm trying to remember why I stopped doing it, and I can't think of why. Oh, look at that. I just went back and reactivated dried one. Ah.
Student 20 said WAAAY.
Let's slather that on there again. There's not enough on there to do that. Okay, let that dry. Yeah, come on, focus, please. No? Yeah, you want to focus over there? There we go. Yeah, I like how that's looking. Dry on the side of the wheel. Wet. I'm gonna go back over that with a little bit of gloss. Kind of like the same effect I used on the M60, just really thin, just to shine it up a little bit. Okay.
At the model student 20 said I get stuck trying stuff just for the sake of trying, but I'm still learning so much it's understandable grinning face with sweat emoji.
I just hope I'm able to teach simpler, easier, I guess that would be simpler as well, more affordable, because, you know, it's happened before where MiG or Ammo or one other company, Vallejo, has run into financial trouble and gone bye-bye. Look at Flowquill testers, their stuff's gone. Which is why there's now specialized companies making, you know, Star Wars colors, even though they were originally just Flowquill colors. So what are you going to do once Vallejo and MiG and Ammo and SMS and all them, for some reason, go bye-bye, or the countries don't trade, or whatever, and you can't get it? Kind of like how it's hard to get the Mr. Series products in Canada right now. What if they made a mud mix that you were dedicated on using? Now you've got one you can mix using acrylic paints and easily findable
Model
products.
student 20 said the more experience I get, the more I enjoy the hobby.
There we go. Yeah, I like how that's really starting to look. And it's not all one uniform tone either.
At the model student 20 said can't get a bunch of stuff now in Canada.
But guess what you can get? Dark brown acrylic paint of any kind and wall spackling. There goes my knee. We might have to take another move around break anyway. My knee's starting to lock up. It's about that time, so yeah, let me finish off these tires.
The model student 20 said that's what I notice is the subtle different shades.
I might go back and revisit the Abrams with this, because I really don't like how uniform that looks. Let me mix up some more slathered on the outside of the wheel. I don't like how it looks.
At the model student 20 said stupid news, I'm waiting for new Honda ones. More laughing emoji.
See, there's not enough on here for me to do that effect, so I'm gonna add some. And while it dries, we'll do the rest. Actually, these three I think I might have to add more.
Said maybe Toyota.
Nah, man, car done. Car done makes the good knees. Or Dorman. Dorman knees. There we go. Get some Dorman knees. Lifetime warranty on the Dorman knees, too. As long as you own them.
At the model student 20 said Andro.
Ah. So let me do one more thing to see if this is the ultimate end-all be-all I want for my tread face. I don't want to remove it all, but I just want to expose the tread a little bit and see how it looks once it dries. Because then that'll be sealed under the wet effects. And all the wet effects are floor polish, look at that. That looks like a proper winter tire. Hi, Marbles. Where's your brother? Where's Mit Mit?
At the model student 20 said super spec op news, now we're talking. I'm going to dollar store later, I'll check for some spackle.
Yep. It should just be a small, at least the American one, I don't know about the Canadian one, just a small white bottle with a red top, wall filler. It might not be called spackle, just wall filler. When you open it, it'll look like the foamed cream cheese.
At the
Yeah. Yeah, I'm really happy with how these are turning out now. We're having a really good day today, guys. Okay. So the slightly darker mix just on the road surface. Don't want to carry it too far up onto the sides. Now we'll just have to remember to use this same color color mix when we do the final road color. Yeah. Our stores were out. I checked 2 yesterday. But I did find that they had reindeer moss there. I think I put that somewhere else. Yeah, I did. And what I want to do with that is I want to use another one of these trees with the half track. But on a fuller tree that's got leaves, you'll have all the smaller branches. The reindeer moss glued on can replicate those branches before I glue all the leaves on. This won't have any leaves. This will just be snow. I haven't had a lot of really good days lately. Whenever you guys are here, I have good days. But I mean even off camera, just... It's been tough lately. I can't describe it exactly. So yeah, it's okay to have it creep up on the side a little bit, like it's hit a deeper puddle and done some splashing, things like that. You want to try and keep it all on the road face of the tire, though. And then the final test. Are you talking about for recreating needles? I haven't tried to do a pine tree yet. But I want more of a broad canopy kind of tree for the half-track scene, for the guys taking their smoke break under it. There are, man. And I don't know. It's one of those things. If you ain't building, why are you buying? You can put that on a shirt if you want. If you ain't building, why are you buying? I see Major Havoc is lurking. How's it going? You'll have to do a video on that so I can see what you're talking about, model student. That's good. Things are going good here. Taking a week off work just to kind of recharge. And I'm showing off older techniques on this build, hence the Back to Basics title. And I've got a pretty clear-cut example of how my older style of mud is actually better than the new techniques. Surprising enough. This is just wall spackling and dark brown paint mixed at varying rates, right? This one's mostly finished and dry. Look at that. That looks like a proper dirt run tire on a winter's day.
At the model student 20 said I learned from one of those trainers.
Right?
They know their shit when it comes to terrain.
So here it is. Here's the Vallejo mud mix that I've been using with different color washes to try and achieve that same effect. I like this better. It feels better. I can't describe it. You guys can tell me you're getting tired of hearing it. It feels better. And it's replicatable. It's repeatedly replicatable. And a hell of a lot cheaper. I spent $10 on one of those bottles. $3, probably $1 for spackle, depending on where you buy it. And you get a lot more material that you can mix when you need it. Because that's the other problem. What if one of those bottles just decides to kick off and dry up?
At the model student 20 said a special bespoke acrylic spackle mud mix. Only $29.95 per ounce. Face with tears of joy emoji.
But that's just it. This can be reactivated. That can't. This can be reactivated. As you're seeing right now, it can be modified after it's dry. If you're looking for a particular look or effect, this is... Wow, I can now say I have forgotten more than I know when it comes to this hobby. I'm going back to a technique I haven't used in a few years, mainly because I also stopped doing a lot of armor. Yeah, I'm gonna do this from now on. Should I keep the Vallejo stuff or throw it out?
M4GOR_H4V0K said yeah already had 2 of those Vallejo muds rock from small height and the lids cracked so easy. Didn't notice as it was late and next time I went to use them they were dried solid.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
At the model student 20 said Eternal Infernal mud mix. Now it's $39.95 per ounce.
So what you're saying is I should go to the dollar store, clear it out, and mix up a bunch of these and sell them. And then that's it. But yeah, you can't reactivate that Vallejo stuff once it's dry. The vinyl in it kicks off and you're done. I'm blowing myself away, and I used to know this.
At the model student 20 said yes.
I wish I had the energy to do that, dude.
At the model student 20 said why.
Oh, it didn't do it this time. Say it again so it goes way. I think you have to make it longer. Yeah, that just... It feels more realistic. I can't wait to put this up on the short tonight. But now you guys can honestly say that I have forgotten more than most people will ever know when it comes to this.
At the model, student 20 said rolling on the floor laughing emoji.
We need more musics.
At the model, student 20 said looks very real.
That's just it. It looks more real than the stuff that's meant to look real. You know? It's kind of like that asphalt paste that they sell, that you have to do all the other stuff to make it look like a road, because it doesn't look like a road. It looks like raw asphalt.
At the model, student 20 said I have to make a short of my F1 McLaren still.
So, the original unpainted short of this thing got up to 1.6k views, so 1,600, after a day. The base painted short of this got 1,400 in less than 12 hours. And for everybody that's subbing out there, thank you for subbing on YouTube. I am also on Twitch, so if you want to follow on Twitch, please do that. Subs are welcome there as well. Not expected, not required, but definitely welcome.
At the model, student 20 said it turned so for me. It was a win grinning face with sweat emoji.
I almost bought that Lotus just to see what I could do with it. Because that car has been a favorite of mine since a long time. That's Wheeljack. That's one of the best Transformers out there, was based on that car. Or not the Lotus, the... whatever that car was. Well, you're almost at 1,000. But I've noticed when the subs go up, I mean, we've done almost 100 in less than 2 months. We're 20 away. 20 away from 800 subs, guys. Keep it coming. We hadn't even busted 700 by Christmas. And then by New Year's, we're almost at 800. Or just after New Year's, we're at 700. Okay. And now, we're almost at 800, and it ain't been 2 months. That's the quickest growth yet.
At the model, student 20 said streaming must really help the watch time. Can't wait to start live streaming soon, very soon.
It can, if I can keep it interesting. That's the big problem, is a lot of people watch the streams. If it's not interesting, they turn them off. Like right now, I'm only averaging, and this is the past year, 800 to 810 watch hours on YouTube between the streams and the shorts. I need 3,000 total watch hours to turn on super chats and things like that. And I think I need...
At the model, student 20 said nipple tassels.
Nipple tassels? No, we're not doing that.
Model, student 20
Or
said
not.
rolling on the floor
There's at
laughing
1,000. How much do I need? Let's look at this real quick, because now I'm being dumb. Yeah, I need 3,000 valid public watch hours in a year to activate super chats and things like that. In order to get page ads and shorts feed ads, I need 4,000 public watch hours and 1,000 subscribers. And by that point, that's when YouTube starts to become a little more autonomous in terms of, you know, if I decide to go that route and get revenue that way.
Better get started, then I have a long way to go. Grinning face with sweat emoji.
And I know that I'm not always the most interesting person. I'm pretty quiet a lot of the times, unless you guys are out there engaging me. Then I tend to go quiet and just concentrate on the build. It's tough to know when and how to narrate what you're doing. Sometimes it feels like I'm talking in circles, and I don't like that. But yeah, once I can break 3,000 public watch hours, I can do super chats, memberships, and things.
Said I only get a small disability income, so being able to generate a bit of scratch would be very welcome indeed.
I'm just trying to get the channel so it's kind of self-supporting. And if it even takes off further after that, that's great. Because then that would go into the next part of the plan that I've got. With the Humvee, if I can be driving around the country going to museums with it for the odd time here or there in the middle of the summer, you know, when the weather's nice, start at the history Humvee portion of things, and then, you know, once things start rolling in. But a lot of this, outside of things like the M60 build, which was essentially, all of that was funded by you guys. I think the M60 build is one of the first...
Just funds for materials and kits.
Yeah, the M60 build was one of the first builds on the channel totally audience funded through donations. Which, that's awesome in itself.
20 said maybe replace something when it breaks maybe.
You guys have helped get the airbrush funding done. I'd done a lot of that myself, but, you know, other people jumped in. I'm not going to say who, but other people jumped in and got me over the edge for that. Not expected, not requested, not, you know. I'm more than happy to do these things on my own. They just take longer. But yeah, when you guys jump in and help like that, it really does make a difference. And then after I got the airbrush compressor and all that, Solway surprised me and sent me a new Badger airbrush, because my old one, it really kind of bit the dust. And yeah, I could send it to Badger USA for replacement, but the current one as it is actually does have sentimental value. There's so much wrong with it, it would be a grandfather's axe kind of thing. And the airbrush they sent back would be so totally changed, they'd probably just be sending me a new airbrush. And I want to keep the old one because that was kind of a reward to me by our squadron commander for some stuff that I did downrange. Or, yeah, by our maintenance commander. So I appreciate that. Okay, so what do I want to do next? Actually, I want to use this darker mix. We just want to give it a bit of body. So while other people out there would say, oh, he's just e-begging and things like that. No, when you guys do the good stuff that help the channel, it comes right back to the channel. You know? Alright. I wanted to do one more See if I get one more pass of really dark mix right along here. For the tire fling.
As a model student 20 said, like the 50 years old push broom that's had 3 new handles and 4 new heads.
Yeah. Is it the same broom? You know? I still have that airbrush. But I'm not about to send it to be replaced because it's I don't know, it's hard to explain. You just got to trust me. Ah. And I really do appreciate it when people help out like that. The only time I regret it is when the ePax printer, you know, I got it, but the damn thing just, it was a piece of shit. You know, and a lot of people helped to get that. I still have it. I haven't thrown it out.
Like George Davis 7629 said, in some ways the gentleman's good gesture would still be there even if he did get it repaired.
That's just it. There's so much damage to certain parts of it, they'd have to replace the airbrush body itself. You know? Yeah, the gesture is there, and the memory of owning a airbrush like that for that would still be there. But kind of like when you're restoring an old military vehicle, if the original paint's still there, try and save it. Okay, now we're going to get some of this on a bigger brush. There's just a bit of history and knowledge in the handle of it and stuff like that. It's hard to explain. We're not going to see a lot of the underside, but I'm still going to just flick the hell out of it with a really thinned out mix. Because shit splashes. Not as much on the very underside, but it still does. Okay, it's kind of like this. You can paint another B-17. That's the idea, model student. You can paint another B-17 to look like the Memphis Belle. It is not the Memphis Belle. And to a lot of people, yeah, it's just an airbrush. I get that. To me, it's not. To me, it's got the memories of being, you know, downrange. It's got memories of Aries Studios hanging out with me, checking it out while I was painting it. You know, all kinds of things. It's not just the airbrush itself. what I'm doing here is probably a bit superfluous, but like I said, it just felt like it needed to be done.
The model student 20 said New Law is the sacred relic.
It really is.
At the model student 20 said like Excalibur.
Maybe not that much. Oh. We're going to take a stand-up break now. I said we would, now we're going to. I'll probably glue the wheels on when I get back. Then we'll work on stowage a little bit more. Let's see, how's this drying? We could probably put some celluclay on this too. That way it'll be dry for tomorrow.
Rolling on the floor laughing emoji.
So yeah, we're going to pause real quick. I'm going to move around and we'll be back.
Model student
Yeah,
20
I think I need to grab a snack too. Alright, I'm back. I'm back. We have a snack. The other thing I wanted to try. Aside from knocking things off my desk. Being that this stuff is more porous, it absorbs the clear a lot more. I wanted to see how it looks if I try and make one wet, one of the tires. We're going to start light and work our way up to like fully. The tread face would be the shiniest. May have to use a different brush for this. But I don't want it to be like... I want it to be like the M60, where it's not still water puddle shiny, but just that of wet dirt and earth, that kind of semi-gloss look. I'll let that dry, see what it does. But for our next trick, we're gonna mix up some paper mache or celluclay. Gonna do a little at a time because this stuff is really dusty and I want to be able to keep track of it a bit better. My X-Acto blade. Oh, this shit's double bagged too. Isn't that special? And essentially it's just plaster and paper fiber mixed together. I don't know how much I'm going to need at first, so I'm going to start with a little amount and see how far it spreads, because you're not really supposed to use it that thick either. Back into the Ziploc storage bag. Get our base. Okay. Move all this stuff out of the way. There's our wet tire. Get a bottle of water. And supposedly we just start mixing it. More water. Yeah, when I ordered the popsicle sticks, I thought I just ordered a singular bag like you could get at Michael's or Hobby Lobby. No, I ordered a 500 count box of them. Wow, this stuff is thirstier than I thought. This right here might be just enough. And this is to make up our initial groundwork layer. This is not the end result for the groundwork.
The model student 20 said bespoke model effect mixer strip. 12 for $14.95. Yes.
So you just put it on. You know what? We're just going to use our fingies. Yeah, put it on and spread it around. Now, it's been a very long time since I worked with this stuff, so we're learning again. But basically, it's essentially ground up paper mache. Instead of the paper strips, it's just pulped up with the plaster pre-mixed in.
Model student 20 said awesome.
Other people would use Sculpt-A-Mold, which is another possible material. I just don't know how it's going to react over the paint. Even though I sanded it, it may not stick very well. I at least want to get both sides of the foam covered up. That way if I have to change tack and use something else on the road, I can. I think for the road I've just got to get it on there and do this with it. Don't try and smear it as much, just tap it and let it squish out and let it dry. The foam's a bit more porous and rough, so it sticks to it a lot easier. We're learning! And I may have used a bit too much water. We'll see. It's kind of working out okay. Like I said, I may have mixed it a bit too wet, so it's not bonding right away. I just got to remember today to go down to my curb and get my natural earth elements from the gutter, i.e. gravel, stones of different sizes, things like that. I think I got it a bit too thin. But this is why we're learning. And this is why I show the failures as well as the successes. Need a little more of the magic death paper. If you breathe this in. Hi, Allie. You don't want any of this. It's not a snack. And it's going everywhere. Today's been a messy day between this stuff and the foam. We may have some left over. I'll just throw it out. Glug, 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 glug.
At the model speed of 20 that sounds like snap. Rolling on the floor laughing emoji.
You know, for something that's supposed to be mixed with water, it acts very hydrophobic. Yeah, I definitely mixed that too thin.
At the model speed of 20 at scifi, it would keep for a little while with a lid, wouldn't it?
It could. You could check back, make sure it doesn't get moldy, though. That's the main concern for anything like this. Like, even wall spackling gets moldy after a while once you first open it. Okay, yeah, that's better. So that's more like clay now, not whatever the fuck I just did there. Yeah, there we go. Now you see on the M60 I just took a shortcut and I used the Vallejo mud for this.
At the model speed of 20 said I use distilled water for that kind of stuff.
Well, that's what I mixed this with. I used bottled water. It can still go moldy though. I've had stuff like this go moldy just from opening it, you know? Not mixing it with anything, just whatever's in the air gets into it, and bam. Neither do I. Yeah, I definitely got that first batch too runny. But that's okay. I don't know how this is going to turn out now. There may be a redo of this, depending on how it dries and what I'm able to do with it. We shall see. Why do we fall, sir? So we can scrape our knees and go, ah! My washing machine is still the next level up. Okay. Let's do this. Get a brush, wet it down, and just use this to start leveling it out because my finger is a bit too aggressive. Trying to level this out a bit better if I can. Like I said, I've not really worked with this stuff a lot. So you're kind of learning as I'm learning with it when it comes to it. I should have really put tape down there. Oh, the stream's not ready to see me address that. No. Because for the road, this is going to just be the initial layer. I want to go back with the gravel that I'm going to go collect. And we're going to use that as kind of a texturing layer with the wall spackle. I just need to get this into a roughly approximate way. Because it's still too to get tire tracks into it. And that's what I need to do next. But I'm just trying to get a good road base down. Up on the sides here, not so much worried about smoothness. because that's where our snow is going to be going. But if I have any excess in the middle, like right here, I can kind of move it. Yeah, it really is. The celluclay? Yeah, just remember not to mix it too thin. Like this idiot did. Because seeing how much that one bag just made out of those two little pinches, that would have been like a quarter of a bottle of the mud stuff. That's about what I ordered. Mine's by Activa.
At the model student 20 said way to go, grinning face with sweat emoji.
Yeah. So I think I got it leveled out enough.
At the model student 20 said same stuff.
I should stop adding it and just work on leveling it. So again, this is just the foundation for the road work. We're going to be using the spackling again. We're going to add it down here where the tire tracks are going to be, the gravel, the larger stones. But that won't be till tomorrow. I want to let this dry overnight. Make sure it's dry. And then we can work on the road area.
At the model student 20 said maybe a damp sponge.
I don't have one. But what I do have is damp paper towel. Or dry paper towel. Absorb some of that water until it starts sticking to the paper towel. No, I think we're going to stay with the brush for now. I've got it pretty much how I want it.
At the model student 20 said it might stick anywhere.
Yeah, I think I've got it. I can fine-tune the level of it with the other plaster, and that'll also be a finer material. I can take some of the other old tires and wheels that I've got and make some wheel marks in it. There we go. That's moving it. And don't worry about the brush pubes being left behind, they'll be covered up. That's got it. That's better. Alright. Cool. Now I'm going to go set this someplace where I won't want to touch it for a good long while. i.e. tomorrow morning. Yeah, that looks just about right. Cool.
At the model student 20
So I set that aside on the shelf. It's gonna live there. I'll check it tomorrow. If it's ready tomorrow, we'll work on it some more. If it needs another day, we'll work on it Thursday. Just trying to clean out the dish now.
At the model student 20 said, "Oh, the NSS, I am a long-standing member myself." Rolling on the floor laughing emoji.
The NSS. I missed something. I have a dumb. No. Let me clean this off too. Let's see what brushing. I might have to go wash my hands. So we brushed clear coat onto this wheel. Let me try another one. Because I think that's the one where we slightly cleaned off the tread. Where did I put that jar? There. Brush. Paper towel.
At the model student 20 said, "National Sarcastic
Oh, yeah.
Society."
Great shirt. I totally forgot I was wearing it.
At the model student 20 said, "The little streaks really sell it in scale."
Thing is, like the M60 though, I'm not trying to saturate it. I just want the part that's going to have the fresher mud to be wet. You notice though, it doesn't change the color of the darker mud that I put on. Ah, bugger. Come here. Flip over. There. There.
At the model student 20 said, "The way mud streaks on tires while they're turning."
Mm-hmm. There we go. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go wash my hands in a moment. This is getting a little annoying. Let me go wash my hands. We'll let these dry. Come back and see how they look. They won't take too long to dry. But I gotta get this plaster residue off my hands. And then once we come back, we'll work more on stowage. Getting that painted up. So I'll be back in just a moment.
At the model student 20 said chase your wife around the house yelling smell smell my fingers. Rolling on the floor laughing emoji.
Alright, we're back. Oh. I think those are going to look just right. So I'll finish up the other four. That way I can glue them on. I don't want to use these to add the texture to the road, because I'll pull the stuff off of them. And I keep forgetting to paint the lights, which I have to do before we can do any more oil washes on the vehicle. And I need to get the stowage on before we can do more oil washes, because I want that to match the rest of what we're going to do with the weathering and the wear. So what should I work on after this? I want to get back into the 432 again. But I was looking at it the other day and I just could not get into it. I also want to get the half track done. But sometimes it feels like I can't concentrate on certain things very well. That's when I wind up working on something off stream, so I can work on it for a few minutes, figure that one little patch out, get through it, and get past that part that's giving me trouble. Which I might do. The half track, it's those damn crates for the rockets. So what I could do is get the crates done off stream, since I've got the mounts basically made. And get the crates done off stream, just to give me time to kind of look at one, figure it out, mess up. And then once that crap's out of the way, come back and do the rest of the painting and the base and all that. So I think that's what we'll do after this. We'll get back on the half track, get the figures for it going. I want to add at least 3 more. The other set contains the figure representing the very famous, infamous, notable German soldier that had the lucky strikes and the boot knife and the 45. You know, he had the captured American equipment. He's got the M8 Greyhound behind him. That figure I'll leave out of the set and probably just paint on its own, because it's so recognizable. But the other 3 I can use. I even looked up the German translation for Smoke Breaks Over. I might print that out as the sign, because basically they're all sitting there having a smoke. The guy who's pointing, everybody's got a smoke in their mouth, so I figured that was fitting. I need aluminum. Where is my aluminum? Aluminum. And my chrome. And my little brush. There you are. And I might take this evening to clear off my desk of crap that I don't need now, because it's getting a little full of stuff. we done with that music already? I think that we are. Okay. So we're gonna like throw some chrome on the headlights. And on the mirrors. Forgot that's not water soluble. I'm gonna need to order some more Tamiya lacquer thinner soon too. Actually, I might be able to get it down the road at the RC shop. I'll check Friday. Now, it wasn't originally the plan, but we might be able to finish this by the time my week off is over. And for the turn signals and taillights, some aluminum base for the clear orange and clear red. The Tamiya clears don't react well to the chrome, or I just have used that. They tend to reactivate it and mix with it. But they don't touch Vallejo aluminum very much, so I just use this stuff. Go. Okay, now let's get to the part that always seems to take me the longest, to be honest. Get that out of here, I don't need it. Stowage. Autofocus really loves to hate me lately. Come on. Do I have it too close to the desk, maybe? do this then. There. It'll be out of focus when I'm not working on it. That's fine. As long as it's in focus right here where I'm working on it.
Like a model student 20 said, mine is that if I'm too close sometimes.
I think it's distance from the desk. The computer doesn't realize the amount of focal length it has,
Like a model
so it's not able to do it.
Bam, there we go.
Hit it with the spackle weasel! No.
Like a model student 20 said, crisp baby.
No, sharp. This looks sharp. These are crisp. Sorry, it's just a thing when somebody's reviewing a kit. Oh, it's got crisp details. It's like, what are you doing? Chewing on it?
Like a model student 20 said, spackle weasel rolling on the floor laughing emoji.
Okay. Khaki drab. Is that it? That's olive drab. That'll work. These sleeping mats were always more of a brown khaki color, but I want to glue some of these on first because we did the preliminary stuff on them yesterday. That one can go there. Okay. So I'm gonna do some.
Model student 20 said, crisp clear clean image better than sharp sharp ISOK, but compared to crisp crisp is 8K rolling on the floor laughing
Oh
emoji.
God. Clean. How's that? It's scalpel clean, yeah. Go. And this one I had planned on putting over here.
The model student 20 said, that's a y'all.
Well, you'd think that was made to go there. I really need to get a new bottle of super glue. The tip on this one is just so fucked. Yeah, you just can't get that kind of spatter effect from any of the new stuff. Look at that area right there. I hate that the decals did that, though. Like I said, some of these are going to be getting washed and dry brushed on the model, so I'm just trying to get the base colors on them. We'll glue them on and adjust from there. I don't like doing them separately. This way they'll match, all the tones will work together. Well, the tube is fine, or the glue is fine. It's the nozzle. It just always clogs up. It's not silvering. The edge is curled. And that's after... It's after setting solution, after sealing. Go. So let me get these bed rolls painted. Then these are ready to be mounted. It sucks. Is that Canadian for sucks, eh? It sucks. That's dangerous. Yeah, there we go. On today's episode of Sloppy Modeling... What? Garbaggio Slabini? Yeah, I think we're having way too much fun here. We gotta take it down a notch. Oh God. Wait, are you saying I'm a stereotype? I know I am, just, you know. It hurts! back's giving me fits today now. I want to at least get the tires glued on and have the stowage glued on. If we have to work on the stowage tomorrow, we can do that. It's blurred now.
Entrance not exist.
At the model student 20 said paywall rolling on the floor laughing emoji.
I don't know, I might have to do that if things keep going the way they are. We'll have membership-only videos. Seeing what flicking the clear coat does on the mud overall, to see if it gives that random...
And the model student 20 said looking really great name.
Ooh, yeah, it is starting to do something. We're going to be streaking the hull with wet effect anyway, so I'm not too worried about getting little spatters on that. But if I can get that mud to look like it's just got just a hair bit of dampness to it. And this is just using gloss coat. No special, you know, wet effect fluid that you've got to brush on and remove with an enamel. You just go slow and build up the layers. Because I looked at the competitor's stuff, and that's how you're supposed to use it. You're supposed to paint it on, and then go back with enamel thinner and remove it. That's just it. I don't have anything like that. You're seeing it. It's raw right here, right now. No, behind the paywall, you'll see what I can really do if I use the Megan AK stuff. This is all just a face. This is a farce. I'm kidding. I wouldn't touch that shit with a 10-foot pole. Mig himself could show up at my door with his entire company's line of every product they sell, and I would still say no. The same with any of these other companies. Are these treads directional? Do I really have to make sure of that? It looks like they are.
The model speed of 20 said the first model got me thinking all we do was flowing first channel and spoke to me.
Sorry, I missed that. What?
At the model speed of 20 said Ben Wu.
Yeah, I've tried watching some of Flory's videos, but I don't know if I trust somebody whose desk is that clean. See, you know the old saying, don't trust a skinny chef. Don't trust a modeler with a squeaky clean desk either. Yeah, that looks right. What sucks is I'm gonna have to flip some of these around, which means I'd have to redo a lot of the sidewall stuff.
At George Davis 7,629 said there.
Let's see.
At the model speed of 20 said the English dude with the 25 desk lights and the frickin' rubber gloves.
Oh, geez, yeah. Don't even get me started on that mousy fella. He's one of the ones that... He's one of the ones that honestly has to whinge for the hell of it. Him and... What's that one Australian guy who bought the Tamiya T34 that's older than I am and expected it to have link-by-link tracks and photo etch?
At George Davis 7,629 said pretty sure you set that up that way just to be annoying.
You know, I don't know. I thought that at first, but then I looked at his camera setup, right? So that the camera that he faces when he talks to you, it can't be that convenient to have to do this every time you want to talk to the camera when you're working on something, because it's behind you and up. He may not know what he's doing in that regard, and yeah.
At the model speed of 20 said he's working out the precise tone for his mosquito.
Okay, so I'm gonna have to redo these wheels a little bit because I had to flip them around because the tread is directional apparently.
At Whispered Tales of Romantia said what are you building?
I am working on a LAV 25 command and control unit, but we're doing a specific build where we don't have any of the typical aftermarket miracle fluids or anything like that. It's straight out of the box using techniques that were in use from time immemorial.
Can't get into the 2 drops of this to 6 drops of that to get winter of 44 winning face with sweat on the
You're not wrong, model student. Is it sandy yellow? Yeah? Good. Use it. It's not too mustardy, is it? No. Okay. If it was mustardy, it would be desert. Okay. Come on, wheel, get on. That wheel's wonky. Houdini. That's the guy. The, you know, bought the 45-year-old T34 model and bitched about it.
WW2 model?
Every now and again I'll delve into that. I've got a 251 half-track I'm working on with the rockets. Doesn't seem to be very popular. It's one of my more lowly ranked videos in my viewership. People seem to like the modern stuff and the sci-fi stuff. Okay. There, all my ducks are in most of a row. Okay. Let me reactivate some of my slurry, and we'll spread it on the wheels where it peeled off. So, the models really vary from what I feel like working on from week to week, so...
And history tales of Romanian said I do 40K. Just got into it and found your channel.
Yeah, 40K is fun. A lot of what I do can translate over to that.
Said too much nitty of the picky, that's what they did in real life as it can. Yep, and use whatever they had law.
Mm-hmm. So a lot of what I do can be used for your basic builds in Warhammer, but if you want to get a bit more stylized, then yeah, there's stuff that other painters do a bit better than I do. I'll dive into Warhammer on the very rare occasion. I don't play, haven't played in a long time. Just trying to restore the radiant streaking that I had. These were the inside faces of the wheel, so I didn't give them as much attention before. Let's do it the old way and just...
But the model street in 20 said there is always a bigger dog down the street, somewhere grinning face with sweat emoji.
There really is.
And history tales of Romania asked what brand model do you suggest for military if I wanted to get into it.
If you're just starting out, some of the simpler Trumpeter and Tamiya kits.
40K stuff is dope.
There's other companies out there that, you know, it might sound cool to build an Abrams with a full interior. Are your skills ready for it is the real question. So a lot of people would jump into that first and then be like, well, crap, I wasn't ready. But if you're just looking to dip your toe into it, any of the basic Tamiya models, or Trumpeter, or Academy, and then go up from there.
20 said Trumpeter have been good for me so far to Maya on grade.
And don't worry about the accuracy nuts. You'll see me sweat over a detail here and there, but you'll also see me look at something and go, good enough for me.
Davis 7629 said Warhammer store I don't. It's where they keep the kits I don't want to build. The model street in 20 said there is a simple cool one to start, but armor is great.
Like, even this kit is extremely simple. This wouldn't be a...
Davis 7629 said means I don't have to see it when I go to the actual
There you go, George. But like this kit, there's not a lot to it. It's relatively inexpensive. And it's really good for dipping your toe into armor, you know. You can practice on it, you can mess up on it. I'm just trying to restore an effect that I did because I had to ruin it by flipping the rubber wheels around.
At Whispered Tales of Lamentia said thanks for the recommendation, man. I gotta run, but I subscribe to you.
Thank you very
Your
much.
passion for the hobby. So much fun to watch someone else too.
And we kind of rag on the others who take it a bit too far. The longer you're doing it, the more you'll run into it.
At the model student 20 asks Humvee makes a great kit, right?
Yes, Humvees are very good kits. But I'm a bit partial.
George Davis 7629 said thank you. At the model student 20 said cheers Whisper 1.
Yes, thank you very much for the sub. You'll catch me the rest of the week, except for Friday. Friday is the new down day, simply because just want to spend it with the wife.
At George Davis 7629 said later Lamentia.
Gotta make the wife happy if I want to keep doing this stuff, right? I'm gonna have to redo the tire tread. Looks like. At least on this one wheel. Good thing I remembered what I did and how I did it. I can do that once I get back, and once we get to putting it on the base, though. I'll probably want to put some of the ground color on the tire tread anyway, just to blend them better. We're not done here.
At the model student 20 said I'm hoping to get a coat on the Spitfire tonight, but we'll see how much filler. Doesn't look like gonna take too much though.
So, look up reviews of the Rodin, what's it, OV1 Mohawk. And you'll see people shit all over that kit. Aside from some trimming of a couple of the cockpit pieces to get them to fit properly, I built that model with no filler. I can get it down and show it to you too. Like, no filler at all. Not even Mr. Surfacer to blend seams. All you do is take your time and make sure your mating surfaces are lined up as you're applying your glue. Shift things where you need them, and just take your time. Once you do that, you're going to find you're not going to need a lot of filler for most models.
7629 said I got off Warhammer after building the Jemiah Panther, the 1960s one everyone shits on, and was amazed by how detailed it was compared to Warhammer.
Oh yeah, even those ancient kits have their uses. Hell, I was even eyeballing the Tamiya Leopard 2A7V today. I don't know if I want to build it though or not, but I was looking at it. Okay. I'm gonna put this one here somehow to cover up that nasty decal.
At the model student 20 said I took my time and got a great kit from this relic.
There you go.
At the model student 20 said did I miss?
There's really nothing wrong with the fit on that Spitfire kit. Just, I think some people rush it too much. And what they perceive as fit problems is probably something they caused on their own. They look at its simplicity and its age and think, oh, it's going to be shit, so I'm not going to be careful with it. When it turns out that if you're actually just a little bit careful, old kits fit together really well.
At the model student 20 said rudimental, but really solid.
Like I said, some of the stowage is going to be more finish up and paint in place, more because I want to get it on there so it can start being weathered along with the rest of the vehicle. I know it sounds stupid, but you'll see. Woo! There we go. I actually like how those tuck in there.
629 asks the Tamiya one.
Tamiya one, what? The Leopard 2A7V? Yeah, the new one. It looks to be a nice kit. I know Border Models does one, but it's fucking $100. The Tamiya one's $50. But I don't need all the removable turret armor and all that other crap. We'll see. I'd still like to do the Chieftain first. The Chieftain Mark 11 with the still brew. I need the aluminum again. Every time I hear that, I'm reminded of that video of the cat. Doom, 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 doom. We'll see how payday goes. And things like that. I still have Metal Gear Rex on the way to me. We've just got Grand Scale Baselard in. I really need to knuckle under and finish up the half-track scene. I don't want to lose momentum on that again. So yeah, there's a lot of little things in the air right now. And I really gotta knock it off with the squirrel syndrome stuff. I'm drifting out of frame, too. On something that big, it's not always a bad thing to take a break from it. That way you can kind of come back, take a look at it, and go, you know what? Maybe this here might be too much. Maybe this little bit needs something, you know?
George Davis 7629, so built that recently. It's got a few molded-on parts, if that's a problem, and the part from running a part over with my chair had no fit issues whatsoever.
I don't care so much for the molded-on parts. I heard about the spaced armor on the turret, things like that. That's no big deal.
George Davis 7629 said fantastic kit.
I just feel like I need to build more simple stuff, because things like the M60 and the 432 and this half track are just a little too much right now for me to be doing them back to back. I wanted something else simple like this to kind of throw into the mix. I mean, hell, I still have the mortar version of this to work on with the engine. Oh, man. Okay, I need... Where did I put it? There it is. Need this color again. Yeah, I just don't need a kit with the complexity of like what Border Model made of it. I don't need link by link tracks for it. I don't need working suspension and all that stuff. I just want something that looks good from the outside. We'll see. I really need to finish up 2 or 3 more subjects again. I know I've been saying that. I really do. I need to finish up 2 or 3 more of these things before I get on ordering another one. Hell, I even have Gunhead to build. Go. I just want to add a thinner brush. I really need it for this. If I can even find it. There it is. Haha. Well, it's not even long-term builds. A lot of what RFM and other companies do isn't necessarily what you need to have a fun and thorough modeling experience. Is it cool? Sure. Like I said, do I need working suspension on a static model of a Leopard 2?
At the model student 20 said sorry was one hand typing holding a piece.
Now, now, now. Let's not hold your peace while I'm painting. I think there's laws about that in Canada somewhere. But another thing I did get while I was at the dollar store was a roll of masking tape, since I ran out of that. I don't need it particularly for masking, but I'm not about to spend $7 on it. Now, the ultimate question. Do I add the camo net material? It's not on the box art. It's not always on the vehicle. I like the idea of recreating the box art, though. So probably not. I am, however, going to have to go over with some clear coat and get rid of that from the super glue. So that one there. Yeah. Okay, this is going to look weird until I get the straps on. Where did the super glue blob I did go? Oh well. And I'm doing this based on a picture I've got in my reference folder. But the straps will be tomorrow. Because it has been over 4 hours. And I am definitely reaching the point where I need to start letting stuff sit and settle. But we're at a good point for tomorrow. We've got our groundwork drying. We've got this at the point where we can start the next set of oil washes. We've got our trees somewhere. Yeah, I forget where. I think I put it over there with it. Whatever. We got our figure ready for painting. We got most of our stowage on, minus maybe a couple boxes and some water bottles or water jugs. So yeah, we're at a good stopping point for today, I think. So thanks again for everybody for watching. Thank you for all the new subs. I don't know how many we've got today, but I know there's at least one. Yeah, another good long stream, which is what I wanted today. So yeah, we're going to start throwing some different cargo tie-down straps on this. I might find the cooler and throw it on there. I can always print more. Yeah. So, thanks for hanging out with me today. Hopefully we got more people to hang out tomorrow. And yeah, we'll see what kind of weirdness we can come up with and trouble we can get into. So take it easy. Have a good night. I'm going to clean up this desk too and get rid of what I don't need anymore. And yeah, see y'all tomorrow. Hopefully it'll a little bit blah 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 blah. Hopefully it'll be a little bit earlier in the day too, like way earlier.